Good morning, everyone. I call to order the third plenary session of the 53rd session of the Industrial Development Board. I hope you people were able to relax a bit yesterday evening after a long day's work. We will resume with the consideration of agenda item 3 today. But before we move on to the list of speakers, there are some announcements to be made. I'll just briefly make those announcements, and then we will proceed to the list of speakers for today. First of all, thank you to all the delegations which attended the reception yesterday evening, and it provided an important opportunity to discuss matters which will be considered at the General Conference in Riyadh later this year. I would like to remind you that today's plenary session will be adjourned at 11:30 a.m. because we have scheduled a briefing at 12 noon by the government of Saudi Arabia, featuring the participation of the Vice Minister of Industry Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Khalil bin Ibrahim bin Salama. It will take place in Conference Room 3 on the 7th floor. This will be followed by UNIDO's Future of Industries for Development Forum from 1 p.m. to 3:30 p.m., which will also take place in Conference Room 3. The forum will feature the participation of Director General and development experts and partners to explore how industries are evolving and driving industrial development and sustainable growth. It will also discuss innovative approaches to address critical issues like energy transition, food security, and supply chain resilience. Detailed information regarding the forum has been circulated through information note number 61, dated 25 June 2025. You are strongly encouraged to participate in both these important meetings. As announced yesterday, the second meeting of the informal consultations will take place at 6:30 p.m. in Conference Room 3 on the 7th floor. It is a pleasure to learn that members of the board were able to find consensus on 10 of the draft proposals, and we, for the time being, have just one outstanding proposal to be discussed, which is under agenda item 11, inclusive and sustainable development in middle-income countries. Now we return to the consideration of agenda item 3, and the first speaker on our list is the permanent representative of Angola. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since this is the first time I'm taking the floor, I would like to congratulate you for your election as chair of the current section of the ADB and extend my sincere wish of success. I take this opportunity to express our appreciation for the efforts of the outgoing chair, Ambassador Gabriela, is not here, from the permanent representative of Austria. I would also like, on behalf of my delegation, to congratulate Mr. Müller for his reappointment as DG of UNIDO. Angola is confident that under your leadership, UNIDO will continue to play a strong role in the consolidation of policies that aim to advance industrial development, in particular in Africa. Angola aligns itself with statements delivered by the African Group and the G77 in China. Mr. President, we take note of the annual report of the DG for 2024 and welcome the significant progress made. The Angola delegation notes that technical cooperations delivered increased by 29% since 2020 2023, it is a very important goal. This reflects the fruitful cooperation between member states and financing partners. We acknowledge that in 2024, UNIDO mobilized over $663 million for technical cooperations. Angola encouraged UNIDO to consider increasing financing for more projects and programs, particularly for African states, by expanding the PCPs, which aim to promote industrial and sustainable development. Mr. President, my delegation appreciates all the efforts that UNIDO is carrying out to ensure food security, job creation, and financing for small business. In addition, we are grateful for the World Without Hunger conference held last year in collaboration with FAO, which represent an important step in the fight against hunger and poverty. To conclude, we will welcome the efforts of UNIDO and the government of Saudi Arabia in preparation of 21st section of the UNIDO General Conference to be held in November this year in Riyadh. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Next on the list of speakers is Switzerland. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Switzerland.
Merci.
Thank you very much, President. It's the first time that my delegation is taking the floor. Allow me to congratulate the Director General, Mr. Muller, on his re-election. We would like to wish him and all of his team every success over the next few years. Allow me also to warmly welcome the Ambassador of Pakistan for his appointment. We would like to thank the outgoing Ambassador Selner for her work. Switzerland reaffirms today its full commitment towards the goals of UNIDO. In particular, we would like to underscore that the global programs for the quality standards and eco-industrial parks remain a priority. Both of these have recently obtained from my country funding for a second phase. This demonstrates our satisfaction with the work of the teams of UNIDO. In our view, the quality standards and the effective use of resources in line with the circular economy must remain an important operational pillar of the organization. This is especially urgent given that the estimates are predicting major increases in the global population, urbanization, and the extraction of resources. By way of example, we are delighted to mention that in Egypt, with the support of Swiss cooperation, the Inclusive Green Growth Project helped to support micro-enterprises in rural areas. By recycling agricultural waste rather than burning such waste, environmental pollution was transformed into opportunities for economic development and job creation. Switzerland remains committed to supporting inclusive and sustainable industrial development, be it for micro-enterprises or at a larger scale through eco-industrial parks. In addition, in this context, we would like to underscore the growing importance of enhanced industry, an industry which integrates human beings, digital technology, and AI to rethink production processes, to bolster efficacy, and to promote innovation. AI is not only a tool of production, it is also a motor of transformation. Switzerland is convinced that UNIDO, thanks to its visionary management and the high quality and competencies of the staff, will be able to rise to the industrial challenges of our day whilst ensuring that we achieve inclusive and sustainable development. President, for over a decade now, Switzerland has been among the top extra budgetary donors of the organization, and this is not fortuitous. We would like to take this opportunity to thank UNIDO for its excellent cooperation and to express our gratitude to the responsible team for its tremendous work. I would like to put it very simply with a clear message: continue in this vein in version 4.0. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you, Switzerland. Now, I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of India. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. We have taken note of UNIDO's annual report for the year 2024. We would like to welcome Solomon Islands as new member state of UNIDO. We would like to highlight that for India, manufacturing sector contributes around 17% to the country's GDP and is projected to grow at an annual rate of 8.21%. India has robust domestic demands and thriving export prospects, which have positioned India as one of the most promising manufacturing hubs in the world. India has launched a number of national level schemes to promote manufacturing in India. These schemes are aimed at promoting business expansion, innovation, establishing modern infrastructure, and promoting green and clean models of development. India is also investing heavily in the development of new industrial infrastructure, delivery of logistic services, and the ease of doing business in the country. India and UNIDO have signed the country program in which technical cooperation project portfolio would be around $50 million. There is, however, considerable scope to expand our cooperation as we are the most populous country and fourth largest economy. India strongly encourages UNIDO to focus on projects that promote technology transfer that can be upscaled, that align with domestic industrial policy, and further explore additional avenues for mobilizing funds. It is expected that projects of the Indian country program with UNIDO will bring state-of-the-art technology to the growing manufacturing sector in India with a focus toward MSME sector. Under UNIDO, on the range of partnerships being entered into by UNIDO as highlighted in annual report, a focus on building new partnership is recognized as an important aspect of enhancing the impacts of projects undertaken by UNIDO. India supports active involvement of private sector to achieve desired results, and at the same time, as we prioritize newer partnership, we need to be cautious that partnerships do not become an end in itself. Priority should dictate partnerships and not vice versa. We urge UNIDO to consider the suggestions made by external auditor and oversight advisory committee related to field offices. As observed in the recent reports regarding administration of regional offices, there are no clear strategies, lack of coordination, lack of necessary personnel, the number of staff being inconsistent and disproportionate, and not aligned with the number of value of ongoing projects. We have carefully noted the external auditor's observation, which indicate a rather skewed approach to project management, particularly concerning is the report's finding that 10% of UNIDO's project manager oversee 42% projects. We have also noted the concerns flagged with respect to human resource management, particularly the misalignment with approved grades, inconsistency with the HR management framework, prolonged recruitment process, and policy related to retirement of staff. We strongly urge the Secretariat to take remedial action to rectify these issues at the earliest. We would also underline the importance of achieving equitable geographical representation in UNIDO's human resource profile. Over-representation of any country or group of countries is to be discouraged, and representation from developing countries should be enhanced. It is concerning that organization is hiring its staff from countries who are not UNIDO member states. We would request management to adhere to the recommendation by Oversight Advisory Committee on implementation of management action plans and report to members. We therefore encourage UNIDO to explore ways to enhance its capability and resources and take necessary remedial measures to meet the huge expectation and the developing countries. In the end, I wish to reiterate that India, as a founding member, expects UNIDO to provide an effective and specialized platform for knowledge and technology transfer to spur industrial development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Director General. The Republic of Argentina takes note of the annual report for 2024. And we welcome the efforts undertaken by the Secretariat to structurally pinpoint the main areas of progress and work done by the organization. Our country believes that technical assistance and cooperation is essential. Through this, we are able to create triangular and bilateral as well as multilateral ties, which allow us to bolster our capacities and technology and make progress on concrete impact projects. That's why we value South-South cooperation and the way in which this works and interlinks with the private sector, civil society, and the UN system in general. We would like to stress the fundamental role played by UNIDO for our region, where it has been key in carrying out key initiatives in our country. As we look to the future, we think it would be a good idea to rethink the traditional international cooperation system. Middle-income countries such as Argentina need new modalities which recognize their structural efforts and allow them to access to further financial and technical cooperation. We are very prepared to carry on working with UNIDO on our national priorities and without ideological conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the statement. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pakistan aligns itself with the statement of G77 and China and has the following remarks in our national capacity. Chair, we note that in year 2024, technical cooperation delivery increased by 29% compared to 2023, exceeding the set target of 25%. We also note that the funds mobilized by UNIDO for technical cooperation in 2024 reached a record high with a total of $663 million. Moreover, voluntary contributions allocated for implementation and cash received also reached a record high level from member states and 65 million from EU. We also note that UNIDO welcomed a new member state, Solomon Islands, and opened the UNIDO Barbados Global SIDS Hub. All the above-mentioned facts manifest the relevance and importance of UNIDO in today's world and also indicate the importance member states accord to UNIDO. Chair, we agree with the Director General that global public crisis, particularly resource scarcity, conflicts, the impacts of climate change, population growth, and widening socioeconomic gaps within and between nations are daunting challenges. The world needs to mobilize resources, particularly to assist developing countries, to face contemporary challenges and prepare for the future challenges, particularly in the domain of technological innovations, including artificial intelligence and its application in industry. We also note the important events held by UNIDO in 2024, including the establishment of UNIDO Barbados Global SIDS Hub, Multilateral Industrial Policy Forum hosted by Saudi Arabia, the Bridge for Cities event, and the first World Without Hunger Conference, wherein UNIDO presented a new UNIDO FAO study showing that ending hunger is possible and investments in local value addition play a decisive part therein. We further note that UNIDO became a founding member of the G20 Global Alliance Against Poverty and Hunger and brought its new climate change strategy to COP29, and that UNIDO launched a new industrial decarbonization hub. These are incredible achievements for which the Director General and his team deserves our heartfelt appreciation. Chair, on our part, Pakistan remained actively engaged with UNIDO. We completed our country program with UNIDO for a new program for country partnerships. Our negotiations are going on. We have completed 10 projects with UNIDO and are currently working with 6 additional projects. Our partnership includes flagship projects like poverty elevation and inclusive development across rural Sindh, Paidar, which is a Euro 50 million project funded by the European Union. Moreover, we have completed important projects like PFAD, which is funded by JICA. Moreover, we also are working on industrial decarbonization, green hydrogen, reduction of GHG emissions, innovation hubs for agribusiness, and on accelerating low-carbon technology investments in MSME sector. Chair, we strongly believe that industry is part of the solution to the global problems, from food security, eliminating hunger and poverty, to job creation and climate change mitigation and adaptation. The industry has solution for the entire mankind. With this spirit, we believe that UNIDO, with a focus on its core mandate, that is inclusive and sustainable industrial development, prioritizing industrial policy, new and emerging technologies, and industrial transformations, could yield enormous benefits for the developing world. This unique role of UNIDO as a special agency within the UN system therefore needs to be preserved and further strengthened. Chair, we note with appreciation the efforts made by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the successful conduct of the forthcoming General Conference at Riyadh in November 2025. We are pleased with the draft program and the arrangements made thereof and look forward to our effective participation. With these remarks, we take note of the annual report of UNIDO 2024. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next on the list of speakers is Ecuador. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ecuador.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Given that it's the first time that my delegation has taken the floor, I'd like to congratulate you on your election as chair of the 53rd period of sessions for the Industrial Development Board. And we'd like to extend our support for your work. This work will further the work done with member states to reach inclusive and sustainable industrial development. My country additionally recognizes the management carried out by Ambassador Gabriela Selner in her capacity as outgoing president, as well as her group, her work group. And my delegation also congratulates Gert Muller for his re-election to this important mandate. My delegation can only echo the comments made by the G77 plus China. Chair, Ecuador takes note of the Director General's annual report for the year 2024, which shows progress made in the organization's work against the backdrop of global challenges in the implementation of Agenda 2030. In light of this, it is highly relevant that UNIDO should foster more effective cooperation with middle-income countries, which, like mine, require cooperation in the implementation of SDG 9. On industry, innovation and infrastructure, so as to leave nobody behind. Ecuador stresses the importance of private-public cooperation to promote the Sustainable Development Goals and partnerships, cooperation and exchange of knowledge and transfer of technology through North-South, South-South and triangular cooperation. Chair, of note is the work carried out by the organization during the period covered by this report, particularly the work intended to drive up economic competitiveness, promote fair and sustainable global and regional supply chains, strengthen regional integration, protect the environment, all in line with national objectives, policies and strategies of Ecuador's development plan and with the National Circular Economy Strategy, which has become the cornerstone of the economic and production pillar of the government's plan. Ecuador is pleased to see that the 2024 report highlights the progress made in climate-friendly refrigeration projects. In fact, the conversion of domestic lines and commercial lines of Indurama, the Ecuadorian company, which is one of the major producers of appliances in our country, was possible thanks to UNIDO's support and thanks to the multilateral Montreal Protocol Fund. Now, through this program, we've managed to eliminate the use of HFC 134A and adopted the use of propane. We would like to commend the successful implementation of this project, which was the first one in the world to be approved within the framework of the Kigali Amendment. Furthermore, Ecuador endorses comments made by the G77 plus China, in particular the GRULAC Declaration 2 on the need to improve fair geographical distribution of UNIDO personnel and a transparent tendering process too, especially at managerial and director levels. UNIDO's management and its commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment is of particular importance. Finally, Chair, Ecuador would like to stress that the results reached bolster the program priority on climate-friendly industry and reiterates the capacity of middle-income countries such as Ecuador to offer transferable technological solutions for the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Distinguished representative of Cote d'Ivoire, you have the floor now.
Thank you, President. Monsieur le Président,
President, Côte d'Ivoire endorses the statements made by G77 plus China and also the statement of the African group. We would like to make some comments in a national capacity. We welcome the quality of the annual report 2024 presented by the Director General, Dr. Gerd Müller, and we express our gratitude to him for the sustained efforts of the Secretariat in the implementation of UNIDO's mandate in an international context that is increasingly complex and marked by uncertainty. We welcome in particular the results achieved over the past year, in particular the mobilization of $663.6 million for technical cooperation, and also the major increase of around 30% of deliverables or projects. These results reflect the efficacy of UNIDO's partnership, the partnership between UNIDO, member states and financial and technical partners. Côte d'Ivoire would also like to hail the key initiatives of the organization, in particular the PCPs, which represent a strategic lever to bolster national industrial capacities, in particular within Africa. The impact of these programs is palpable, in particular through the development of agricultural value chain, access to sustainable energy, and the bolstering of industrial skills and capacities. In this context, we underscore the importance of the official visit of the DG in Côte d'Ivoire on 3 and 4 April 2025. This high-level mission helped to bolster our bilateral cooperation with UNIDO and laid down the groundwork for the forthcoming signing of the PCP for Côte d'Ivoire. This partnership will bolster our national industrialization strategy through the local transformation of raw materials, the development of sustainable industrial zones, and the promotion of inclusive industrialization that creates skilled jobs, in particular for young people and women, and in a way that is respectful of the environment. My country welcomes the promising avenues offered by the strategic partnership. We are fully mobilized to ensure its success. Moreover, we encourage UNIDO to pursue its mobilization efforts for resources and to support the ongoing efforts in terms of South-South and triangular cooperation, and to develop regional value chain and to accompany states in their transition towards low-carbon economies. We reiterate also the importance of having equitable geographical representation within the Secretariat of UNIDO, in particular in managerial roles. We call for inclusive and transparent recruitment processes based on merit. Côte d'Ivoire notes with satisfaction the annual report. We reiterate our commitment to working alongside UNIDO and alongside all member states in favor of resilient industrial development that brings value to our populations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now it is my pleasure to give the floor to the permanent representative of Honduras. You have the floor, sir.
Señor Presidente,
Chair, allow me to, on behalf of my country, to warmly greet you and to your team too. And we would like to extend our sincere congratulations to our Director General, Gerd Müller, for the presentation of the annual report corresponding to the year 2024. We take note with interest of the progress made, and we reiterate our commitment to continue contributing to achieving the objectives set for 2025. Honduras would like to subscribe to the statement made by GRULAC and G77 plus China. We would like to thank UNIDO for the valuable support provided through technical assistance to develop industrial policies. Honduras is making progress and continues to develop its first industrial policy. This effort represents a decisive step towards sustainable industrialization and the strengthening of our economic development. We would like to highlight the efforts made by the Director General and his team, in particular for the section for Latin America and the regional office in Mexico, for the support offered in developing our country partnership program, which we hope to sign soon. This joint work shows the firm commitment of my government to UNIDO, and we encourage you to continue identifying resources which will allow us to make progress on the implementation of programs and projects to benefit Honduras and the region more broadly. We recognize with satisfaction the actions that have been undertaken to drive a regional strategy for Latin America, aligned with the priorities set out by our regional group. In this framework, we encourage the Director General to continue stepping up technical and program support for initiatives which are set as priorities by our countries, with a view to their effective implementation. We particularly value UNIDO's work to mobilize resources, which has allowed for an increase in 29% in the implementation of technical cooperation compared to last year. As proof of our commitment to the organization, Honduras has made payments intended to settle its contributions to UNIDO's ordinary budget, and we plan to make a third payment during the second half of this year. We'd like to reiterate our interest to continue actively participating in the SDG Accelerator for SDG 9 for Latin America and the Caribbean, and we welcome the opportunity to continue strengthening South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation with countries in the region. As co-presidents with the Finnish ambassador of UNIDO's group of Friends for Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women, we reiterate our strong commitment to promotion. In April of this year, we presented the initiative to establish an International Day for Women in Industry, and we thank everybody for their work, and we support member states and we hope for member state support in Riyadh, which will step up our determination to encourage the economic empowerment of women in the industrial sphere. Finally, my country would like to say to the Director General that we hope to continue strengthening up fair geographical distribution of leadership roles, as well as in decision-making roles, as well as increasing transparency in all organization processes. We feel that these are essential elements to ensure that member states can continue supporting with conviction the mandate of UNIDO and its work in favor of inclusive and sustainable industrial development, which is transformative, especially in the face of current global challenges. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Distinguished representative of South Africa, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. South Africa wishes to thank the Director General and the Secretariat for the annual report and his presentation yesterday morning. South Africa aligns itself with the statements delivered on behalf of the G77 and China and the Africa Group. Chair, South Africa commends Director General Gert Muller for his outstanding visionary leadership and for the tangible progress achieved in the implementation of UNIDO projects and programs, especially the Africa strategy. We particularly appreciate the DG's commitment to advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development across the global South, especially under these difficult times we're living in. South Africa values UNIDO's efforts to address the industrialization challenges facing the African continent and the continued collaboration with the African Union to promote the socio-economic empowerment of her people. Industrial development remains a critical driver and enabler for poverty reduction and shared prosperity. Chair, we underscore the importance of sustained international cooperation to support inclusive, resilient, and sustainable industrialization, for which UNIDO, in our view, is an undisputed and indispensable player and partner. We appreciate Director General's commitment to fostering sustainable supply chains, food security, digitalization, and green energy, which are critical to Africa's development priorities, and encourage UNIDO to continue aligning its industrialization strategies with those of Africa, including the AfCFTA, to further advance intra-African trade and promote regional economic integration. In this regard, South Africa looks forward to the launch of the fourth phase of the Industrial Development Decade for Africa, IDA 4. We fully agree with the statement that was made that critical minerals for Africa should be beneficiated and that the value addition should take place at source. We look forward and encourage UNIDO to play a leading role in ensuring that this happens. Africa should no longer just be a supplier of raw materials. While we support the continued programs as the primary vehicle and focus for support, we also emphasize the importance of increased consideration of regional flagship projects and continent-wide initiatives. These, in our view, are essential to fostering impactful partnerships and delivering tangible development outcomes across the continent in line with Agenda 2063 and the Program Infrastructure Development in Africa, PDAM. South Africa is pleased to have UNIDO as its knowledge partner in our chairship of G20 2025, which we have emphasized has an African and a global South focus. Chair, South Africa also commends the significant increase in resource mobilization, particularly for technical assistance. We encourage the Director General to continue his engagement with defaulters and seek new contributors. Importantly, probity, transparency, and prudency, including accountability, must be upheld. It is heartening to hear that the Secretariat has given itself a deadline to implement all audit findings, including those of the IOS, by the time of the GC. We also take this opportunity to welcome the interim application of both the horizontal and vertical budget flexibility for the 2026-2027 biennium. This measure, in our view, is essential to ensuring that UNIDO remains agile and capable of delivering on its mandate, particularly in the context of the broader fiscal challenges currently facing the UN system. To conclude, Mr. Chair, South Africa encourages UNIDO to enhance equitable geographic representation in senior level positions alongside a strong commitment to gender equality. We believe that targeted and inclusive recruitment initiatives will ensure that UNIDO's staffing reflects the full diversity of its membership. In this context, we note with concern that approximately 40% of recruitment is still concentrated with a single regional group. We therefore urge continued efforts to promote balanced representation across all regions. With these remarks, South Africa takes note of the annual report of the Director General. I thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. It is my pleasure to give the floor to the permanent representative of Armenia. You have the floor, Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, we congratulate you upon your election as a president of 31st Industrial Development Board, as well as our elected members of the Bureau, and to assure you of our support and cooperation. We also express our gratitude to the outgoing President, Ambassador Gabriela Zellner, as well as to other outgoing Bureau members for their leadership. We would also like to reiterate our support to the remarkable efforts of Director General Gerd Müller and wish him and UNIDO Secretariat all the success in the years ahead. Mr. President, we thank Director General for the presentation of a 2024 annual report and commend the organization for the concrete results achieved throughout the reporting period. The Republic of Armenia reaffirms its commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and recognizes UNIDO's key role in advancing inclusive and sustainable industrialization. In today's challenging global environment, we stress the importance of strengthened multilateral cooperation to address barriers faced by developing countries, particularly in access to finance, technology, and sustainable infrastructure. Mr. President, Armenia recognizes the importance of UNIDO's field presence to effective implementation of its mandate. The field network is crucial for ensuring effective implementation of UNIDO's programs and for strengthening its contribution to the United Nations development system. In this regard, Armenia stresses the continued operation of these field offices must be upheld to ensure its support for developing countries and the achievement of the SDGs. We welcome UNIDO's enhanced focus on cross-cutting priorities, including women and youth empowerment, and recognize in this regard the vital role of women in sustainable industrial development. As host country of the upcoming COP17 on biodiversity, Armenia looks forward to working closely with all stakeholders to ensure that biodiversity conservation and industrial development are harmoniously integrated for a sustainable future. Finally, we express our appreciation for the efforts of Saudi Arabia in organizing of a general conference and look forward to fruitful deliberations and outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Next on the list of speakers is the permanent representative of Sudan. You have the floor, Ambassador.
In the name of God, thank you, Mr. President. My delegation aligns itself with the statements of G77 plus China and the African group and the Arabic group under this item. And we'd like to add the following remarks in our national capacity. Mr. President, allow me at the outset to express the appreciation of the government of Sudan of the achievements included in the report of 2024, especially the increase of the implementation of technical cooperation projects and the increased partnerships with the private sector. And we thank UNIDO for its efforts to support comprehensive and sustainable development, especially in countries facing complex challenges like my country, the Sudan. Mr. President, the annual report of UNIDO 2024 has highlighted many accomplishments. And in this regard, I'd like to affirm our partnership with UNIDO and our common vision for the future. My delegation thanks and appreciates the efforts of UNIDO for its support of the cooperatives project in Kasla province in the Sudan, in addition to supporting the achievements of sustainable development goals in the Sudan, especially SDG 9. These achievements increase job opportunities and climate resiliency, and they prove that investment that's directed to agro industries can lead to stability and prosperity even in fragile contexts. Mr. President, we call on UNIDO and its membership to support the Sudan in early recovery and reconstruction efforts, especially in the following areas. First, the establishment of integrated agro-industrial parks to connect farmers and factories and distributors. Second, partnership with the African Export-Import Bank and the African Development Bank to finance centers for agro-industries. Third, the expansion of renewable energy solutions like cold storage of solar energy and microgrids. Fourth, providing funding for vocational training in agricultural techniques. Fifth, connecting Sudanese entrepreneurs to the African Continental Free Trade Area. Mr. President, the Sudan stands at a crossroads because of the conflict that has been continuing since April 2023. And we believe that the expertise of the UNIDO and the support of the member states will enable the Sudan to transform these challenges into opportunities. Therefore, we look forward to the inclusion of Sudan in the programs for country partnerships, PCPs, and the support to Sudan in renewable energies and agro-industries and sustainable mining. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now, I'm pleased to give the floor to the permanent representative of Burkina Faso.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to extend my warmest congratulations on your election as President of the 53rd session. I am confident that your able leadership will further strengthen the organization's effort in promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development. I also wish to pay tribute to Her Excellency Mrs. Gabriela Sellner, Permanent Representative of Austria and President of the 52nd session, and her team for the outstanding work accomplished. Burkina Faso aligned itself with G77 in China and the African Group statement. In my national capacity, I commend the Director General for the Annual Report 2024, which offers a detailed account of the organization's achievement and challenges over the reporting period. My delegation take note with appreciation the tangible progress made in program delivery, resource mobilization, and institutional performance, as well as in the implementation of the Africa's industrialization strategy. In particular, it welcomes the significant increase in technical cooperation delivery with a record of USD 663.6 million, representing a 29% rise compared to the previous year. The integration of gender equality in nearly 70% of approved projects is also a laudable step toward inclusive development. Burkina Faso values the thematic focus, which is fully in line with our national development priorities, such as building sustainable agri-food system and addressing food insecurity through value addition. The fair and resilient supply chain, notably via quality infrastructure and trade competitiveness, and the commitment to climate action and access to clean energy. Mr. President, Burkina Faso further acknowledges the role of innovative instruments such as the Transformation Pathway Fund, as well as the ongoing support to the African Continental Free Area and the Third Industrial Development Decade for Africa. Encourages the UNIDO engagement in support of African countries, particularly in fostering SMEs integration into regional value chain and promoting technology transfer. Reiterates the importance of equitable geographical representation within the Secretariat and encourage continuous effort to implement the recommendation of the external auditors. In conclusion, Burkina Faso renew its full support to the work all member states to advance our shared vision of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I would now like to give the floor to the permanent representative of Namibia. You have the floor, Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, let me congratulate you and your bureau on your election and assure you of my delegation's support and cooperation. I also wish to thank Ambassador Sauna and her bureau for the leadership and dedication during the 52nd session of the IDB. Namibia aligns itself for the statement delivered on behalf of G77 China and Africa Group, and we thank the Director General for his introductory remarks. Allow me to make the following remarks in a national capacity. Mr. President, we welcome the decision by the board to endorse the election of Director General Mola for a further 4 years. We believe that under his leadership and vision, UNIDO will build on the achievements and progress made to family anchor member states, particularly developing countries, on the path towards inclusive and sustainable industrial development and the achievement of sustainable development goals. Namibia welcomes the report of the Director General for 2024 and would like to acknowledge the efforts of UNIDO and its Director General in guiding the organization's transformation, enhancing its ability to mobilize resources, support member states, and address evolving needs in the sustainable industrialization. Namibia further welcomes the 25% increase in the implementation rate of the Technical Cooperation Program, despite challenges faced in this regard. Mr. President, Namibia supports the Director General's organizational reforms and calls on UNIDO to continue improving its human resource capacity to ensure that the organization functions efficiently and effectively towards the full implementation of its mandate. Namibia applauds UNIDO's continuous support and its important role in implementing the following projects in Namibia. On 25 March 2025, UNIDO, in partnership with the United Kingdom, officially launched the first 5 transformational climate innovation projects under the Accelerate to Demonstrate The Dores Green Hydrogen Village in Namibia became a beneficiary under the facility, and they've received funding amounting about $2.2 million to expand its green energy and agricultural initiative. The funding will be used to produce ammonium sulfate fertilizer, with the project to be completed in 2027. The project will also result in the production of Namibia's first carbon-free green fertilizer, which will support growth and local industrialization in the agricultural sector. Secondly, the current Montreal Protocol on the reduction of harmful gases to our environment, which is coordinated by UNIDO. In the third place, the ongoing project in Biomass Industrial Park facility, which is funded by the Finnish government. Namibia is poised to become a renewable energy hub for Africa, considering the country's green hydrogen efforts. Namibia welcomes UNIDO's collaboration with the Hydrogen Europe and the development of global partnership for hydrogen application, and the skill map for conducting a skills gap assessment in middle-income countries. In this connection, my delegation is grateful for the selection of Namibia amongst the first countries for this exercise. Namibia appreciates UNIDO's strategic work plan for partnering with middle-income countries for inclusive and sustainable development, as well as through the strategic partnership framework. Mr. President, while we take note of UNIDO's efforts to recruit from a wide geographical base, Namibia is concerned with the low level of representation of developing countries and requests that all efforts to be made to bring geographical representation to equitable levels, especially at senior and management levels. Namibia welcomes the ongoing collaboration with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and UNIDO regarding the preparation of the 21st session of the General Conference to be held in the end from 23 to 27 November 2025. With these remarks, we take note of the Director General's report for 2024. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ambassador. Distinguished representative of Norway, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, and allow me first of all to congratulate you on your election, and to also thank the outgoing president and her bureau for their contributions. Mr. President, Norway is appreciative of UNIDO's efforts, as demonstrated by the report of the Director General for 2024. We particularly appreciate the continued efforts of the DG to transform UNIDO's actions into results. We commend UNIDO for its successful and efficient delivery of work, while keeping in mind our expectations to further enhance the quality of delivery. In this regard, we welcome the candidature of UNIDO Director General Gerd Müller for a second term. We were pleased to see that he has the full support of the board, and we take this opportunity to reiterate the full and strong support from the government of Norway to his candidature. Mr. President, we are impressed by UNIDO's 29% increase in technical cooperation delivery and the 102% increase in project funding. And we welcome the significant efficiency gains and cost savings that have already been achieved. At the same time, we encourage UNIDO's leadership to follow up on the report by the Independent Oversight Advisory Committee to enhance efficiency and transparency for even better results. We appreciate the Director General's commitment to tackling key challenges such as poverty and hunger, the energy transition, and building stronger and more sustainable international value chains as part of UNIDO's actions to foster sustainable industrial development, achieve SDG 9, and contribute to the achievement of other sustainable development goals. With just 5 years to go until 2030, we must accelerate our common efforts to reach the SDGs. Mr. President, gender equality and the empowerment of women is a key priority for Norway, and we call on UNIDO to mainstream a gender perspective across all activities, to enhance the role of women in industry, and to improve capacity to develop and implement gender transformative policies and programs. Important progress has been made in this regard. We note with appreciation that in 2024, 69% of projects contributed directly to gender equality and inclusivity, and that training was conducted for more than 200 UNIDO staff on gender consideration. We also note that the progress has been recognized by UN Women. We are further pleased that the gender unit has been upgraded to a division, providing sufficient and predictable funding from the regular budget for the division is an important next step. Furthermore, we urge UNIDO to redouble the efforts to achieve gender parity at all levels, especially at the senior professional level. Finally, President, let me once again express Norway's support to UNIDO. Inclusive and sustainable industrial development is more relevant than ever to tackle the global challenges the world faces, from eradicating poverty and hunger to fighting climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Colombia. Yeah,
Buenos días.
Good morning. President, whilst endorsing the content of the statement of the G77 and China, we would also like to make the following comments in our national capacity. Colombia takes note of the Director General's annual report for 2024, and we welcome the progress made in promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development, especially in the context of persistent global challenges. Of note is the increase in technical cooperation and the confidence and trust shown by donors, reflected in an increase of 29% in the award of technical cooperation and increased mobilization of resources. We would like to highlight the potential of the Global Alliance on Artificial Intelligence for Industry and Manufacture, and we stress the need to close technological divides and promote equal access to digital innovation. Colombia welcomes UNIDO's approach for industrial policies, quality, support to agro-industrial parks, support for small and medium enterprises and the circular economy, which is all aligned with the national reindustrialization and productive transformation priorities of our country with a regional focus. We would encourage UNIDO to continue making progress on industrial agendas which are focused on sectors such as the agro-industry, food security, clean energy, and productive innovation. We support the strengthening of public-private partnerships and the expansion of South-South and triangular cooperation schemes as a means for technological transfer and resource mobilization. Colombia also stresses the importance to ensure sustainable and predictable financing for UNIDO operations and takes note of the launching of new initiatives such as the Transformation Pathways Fund. And we would like to request more information, including regarding its impacts and subscription criteria too. Furthermore, my delegation would like to reiterate the importance of equitable geographical distribution of UNIDO staff and the need for greater transparency in hiring processes, especially at decision-making and leadership role levels. Finally, Colombia is concerned to see the emergence of unilateral trade restrictions which affect access to markets and global value chains, and reiterates its commitment to multilateralism, international cooperation, and the strengthening of the system, the development system of the United Nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Colombia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mongolia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to congratulate you on your election as the president of the 53rd session of the Industrial Development Board. I would like to express our appreciation to Ambassador Gabriela Zollner of Austria for her leadership and guidance throughout the 52nd session. Mongolia aligns itself with the statement of the Group of 77 in China and wishes to add the following remarks in our national capacity. Mongolian delegation warmly welcomes the decision to recommend the re-election of Director General Gerd Muller for his second term. We thank the Director General for his comprehensive report outlining the achievements and activities of UNIDO during 2024. We welcome the organization's continued commitment to advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development amidst rapidly evolving global economic environment. We recommend UNIDO for achieving 29% increase in technical cooperation delivery and for mobilizing a record level of funding in 2024. The scope and diversity of flagship initiatives aimed at promoting sustainable industrialization, advancing fair and sustainable supply chains, creating jobs, integrating gender equality, demonstrate UNIDO's operational agility and alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals. Mongolia remains a committed member of UNIDO and values its expertise in industrial policy, green technology, small and medium-sized enterprise development, and digitalization. We look forward to enhanced collaboration in facilitating a just energy transition, supporting skill development in green and digital industries, enhancing access to industrial value chains for women, strengthening quality infrastructure for exports and regional trade. Mongolia's long-term development policy, Vision 2050, aligns broadly with the United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development and addresses a range of objectives for sustainable economic development, creating favorable environment for business, poverty reduction, environmental sustainability, social development, and inclusion. Mongolian government, through Vision 2050 long-term development goal, also prioritize diversification of its economy into non-mining sectors, targeting agriculture, tourism, renewable energy, and digital industries. Mongolian government also prioritizes digital transformation through Digital Mongolia National Program, which focuses on e-government, digital infrastructure, and digital technology used in public services. SMEs are crucial for Mongolia's economic diversification and job creation. The government has implemented several policies, funding programs, export promotion measures, regulatory reforms to strengthen SMEs, particularly in non-mining sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, IT, and tourism. As a landlocked developing country, building resilient infrastructure remains priority for promoting sustainable industry, supporting SMEs, and export. Through its government policies, public-private partnership, and international partnership, Mongolia is aiming to boost its infrastructure and transport capabilities through cooperation with its neighboring countries. We also note with appreciation UNIDO's technical supports for the preparation and subsequent implementation of the Smart Herder project, which fully aligned with both national priorities and UNIDO's strategic focus. We see significant potential in further cooperation with UNIDO on the projects aimed at promoting environmentally sound technologies, resilient agro-processing, and industrial upgrade. Mr. President, Mongolia's term as a member of Industrial Development Board concludes this year. I would like to take this opportunity to express our further support to UNIDO's operation. In closing, we reiterate our support for UNIDO's mandate and its leadership under Director General Mueller. We look forward for stronger collaboration in the years ahead towards pursuit of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Thank you. Sorry for the overtime.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Mongolia. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Philippines aligns itself with the statement of the Group of 77 in China and would like to deliver the following in our national capacity. We congratulate you, Mr. President, and the members of the Bureau on your election and support you in advocating for the priority sustainable industrialization needs of the developing member states. We also commend Ambassador Gabriel Sellner and the other members of our Bureau for successfully steering the IDB's 52nd session. Mr. President, we take note of Director General Mueller's annual report for 2024, which provides a comprehensive overview of UNIDO's implementation of its mandate to advance inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We commend UNIDO's accomplishments, such as its record mobilization of $663.6 million and 29% increase in technical cooperation delivery in 2024. This includes $8.1 million technical cooperation with the Philippines, covering 14 small projects last year. We also congratulate UNIDO for its achievement in gender equality and empowerment of women, where 69% of projects contributed to gender equality and empowerment of women in 2024. We note with appreciation that one of the highlights on gender equality and women empowerment in the 2024 annual report is UNIDO's project in the Philippines that teaches women in low-income communities to properly collect and dismantle electrical and electronics equipment for recycling. Mr. President, in our intervention during last year's session of the IDB, we highlighted the successful conclusion of the first cycle of the Philippines UNIDO Country Programming Framework for 2019 to 2023, and noted the initial discussions for the development of the next CPF cycle. We are informed that preparatory funding is now available from the UNIDO budget to jumpstart the consultation process with the different Philippine government agencies towards drafting the CPF for 2024 to 2029, where implementation should have begun last year. The Permanent Mission would appreciate being formally informed of these developments, as it stands ready to support and contribute to the successful realization of the CPF. Finally, Mr. President, as we celebrate the achievements of UNIDO, we should also be reminded of the importance of upholding transparency and accountability at all times. Towards this end, the Philippines commends the outstanding work of the Office of Evaluation and Internal Oversight, the Independent Oversight Advisory Committee, and the External Auditor, and their dedication to uphold their mandates. We take note of UNIDO management's responses to the annual reports of these bodies and urge it to continue implementing the pending audit recommendations and management action plans. The Philippines is proud of the legacy of a strong and trusted institution in UNIDO left by its first Director General, Domingo L. Siason, and looks forward to stronger and more meaningful collaboration with UNIDO today, together with the member states as stewards of the organization. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Philippines. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Azerbaijan.
Mr. President, as this is the first time we have taken floor in this session, we would like to congratulate His Excellency Muhammad Kamran Akhtar Malik and all other members of the board on your elections and express our readiness to engage constructively for a successful execution of this session. We also thank Her Excellency Ms. Gabriela Sellner and other members of the outgoing board for their work. We would like to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller for being recommended for the role Director General of UNIDO for another term. The delegation of Azerbaijan took note of Director General's annual report for 2024. Azerbaijan advances industrial development agenda in line with its national strategy for economic diversification and sustainable growth. Development of the non-oil sector has been prioritized, with a particular focus on manufacturing, agro-processing, green industry, and digital innovation. A great work has been done to enhance the competitiveness of the national economy and increase its attractiveness to foreign investors and businesses, including improvement of business and investment climate, increase of state support for entrepreneurship, establishment of industrial parks and sites with a number of privileges for investors, simplification of judicial procedures, enhancement of investment legislation, etc. Currently, Azerbaijan has 9 industrial parks and 4 industrial districts in operation, hosting 170 business entities with total investments exceeding 4.7 billion USD. We appreciate efforts undertaken by UNIDO to enhance cooperation with Azerbaijan in line with the country's economic development priorities. Cooperation framework signed between Azerbaijan and UNIDO in 2022 builds on the results of this long-standing cooperation and guides joint efforts for a strengthened partnership in the upcoming years with special focus on environment and energy, non-oil sector, digital transformation and innovations, quality infrastructure, and agro-industrial sector. We highly appreciate UNIDO's active participation at the 29th session of the Conference of the Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change held in November last year in Azerbaijan. We also highly value collaboration with UNIDO on launching a Clean Energy Center for the eco-region and COP29 presidency initiatives. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Azerbaijan. Now I give the floor to Her Excellency, the Permanent Representative of the Dominican Republic. Her Excellency, the floor is yours.
Muy buenas.
Good morning, and thank you very much, President. The Dominican Republic would like to congratulate His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Pakistan, for the election to the presidency of this board, and we are sure that your leadership will contribute to the success of this session. We would also like to extend our congratulations on the excellent work that's been carried out by Ambassador Gabriela Sellner and her team. We can echo the statements made by GRULAC and G77 plus China, as well as their statements, and we support the election of Gerd Müller for a second term at the helm of this organization, and we wish him every success in his work. The Dominican Republic reiterates its commitment to a UNIDO which is closer to the tangible, real needs of our citizens. We would like to see the organization able to support countries in their productive transformation, adapting to new geoeconomic contexts, and driving up sustainability too. And the increasing need for inclusive industrialization, especially in the Latin American and Caribbean region. We welcome the framework program running to 2029, which is a positive evolution in line with regional priorities. We think that the drive towards digitalization and energy transition is right, as well as the support of SMEs, the circular economy, and reinforcing human capital. That's why we welcome the focus of industries to drive up development. In the case of Latin America and the Caribbean, we would like greater attention to be paid to structural difficulties in the region, particularly regarding small island states that are developing. And we need to drive up the implementation of country programs, as well as cross-cutting programs with our production industries. And the Dominican Republic takes note of the sustainable approach for middle-income countries, as well as increasing technical cooperation with middle-income countries. We welcome the focus on sustainability, innovation, and productivity, but we need the strategic framework for these countries to be reviewed and updated to reflect current challenges. Finally, the Dominican Republic would like to continue optimizing the coordination mechanisms with a view to ensuring that UNIDO actions strengthen national strategic plans, particularly cross-cutting development plans. We are committed to continuing to work to drive up innovative financing and in sustainable and innovative sectors too. Thank you very much, Chair.
I thank Her Excellency, the Permanent Representative of the Dominican Republic. Now I give the floor to His Excellency, Permanent Representative of the United Arab Emirates. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to begin by congratulating Your Excellency in the election as the President of this session. We're confident in your leadership and assure you of our full support. We also extend our sincere appreciation to the outgoing President, Ambassador Gabriela Silner of Austria, for her stewardship, dedicated service during the previous term. Allow me also to warmly congratulate Director General Dr. Muller on the board's decision to approve his appointment or reappointment for a second term. This reflects the strong trust and recognition of his efforts to advance the organization's mission and expand its global impact. We look forward to a continued cooperation with the Director General and the Secretariat as we collectively work toward more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable industrial development. Mr. President, the United Arab Emirates welcomes the 2024 annual report of UNIDO and commends the record high level of technical cooperation delivery exceeding $291 million, 29% increase over the previous year. We particularly note the expansion of the program for country partnership and the increasing emphasis on sustainable, climate-aligned industrial development. We take pride in our ongoing collaboration with UNIDO across multiple strategic initiatives. In particular, we recall the success of COP28 hosted in UAE, where UNIDO cooperated with the United Arab Emirates and other stakeholders to promote industrial solutions to climate change. This includes high-level side events on green hydrogen, sustainable supply chains, and circular economy pathways, as highlighted in the annual report. Moreover, the United Arab Emirates has deepened its institutional partnership with UNIDO through the establishment of the UNIDO Global Industrial Readiness Center in Abu Dhabi. This pioneering initiative is designed to enhance the preparedness and resilience of global industrial systems in times of crisis, contributing to UNIDO's emerging thematic priorities. Mr. President, UAE believes that sustainable industrialization must be inclusive, digitally enabled, and environmentally responsible. Our Operation 300 Billion Industrial Strategy aims to double the contribution of industry to national GDP by 2030. by 2031 by fostering advanced technology, industrial innovation, and global partnerships. In this context, we're pleased to host and support the Global Manufacturing and Industrialization Summit GIMIS, a joint platform with UNIDO that promotes dialogue between governments, the private sector, and civil society on shaping the future of industry in support of the SDGs. We also commend the ongoing refinement of UNIDO's countries-level programming and encourage further expansion of PCBs in Arab and developing countries, where national ownership and integrated development support remain vital. Mr. President, the United Arab Emirates remains a committed partner to UNIDO and to the shared goal of building resilient, inclusive, and sustainable industrial economies. We reaffirm our readiness to cooperate with the member states and the Secretariat to accelerate industrial development progress. And here I also would like to welcome the hosting of the next General Conference in Riyadh, and we look forward to participate in for a successful conference there. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, I give the floor to His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Indonesia. The floor is yours, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. First of all, I'd like to congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Malik as the President to these sessions and also congratulate other members of the Bureau. Rest assured of my delegation full support and active participation. My delegation appreciations goes to Ambassador Sellner, Permanent Representative of Austria, and the member of her Bureau for their notable work during the 52nd session. Indonesia associates itself with the statement of the Group of 77 and China and would like to add the following remark in its national capacity. Indonesia thanks the DG for presenting his annual report. UNIDO work in the past year has advanced our shared objective of promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We also commend UNIDO effort to fully implement its mandate and to improve the governance of the organizations. I wish to highlight a few points. First, we commend UNIDO achievement in 2024. Second, we value UNIDO works in implementing its priorities of enabling a world without hunger, advancing fair and sustainable supply chains, and driving clean energy access to the and climate actions. The three priorities are timely and relevant and align with the Indonesian government priorities of Asta Cita. In this regard, we stand ready to discuss the post-2025 UNIDO Indonesia Country Partnership Program that aligns with our priority of Asta Cita, particularly on energy and food security, green and blue economies, and industrial downstreaming to create added value to domestic industrial productions. Third, Indonesia appreciates UNIDO roles in providing industrial policy advisory and quality standard services and welcome UNIDO multi-stakeholder approach. In this regard, we welcome the establishment of 34 new or updated partnerships with the private sector. We appreciate UNIDO creative initiative to mobilize resources, fund, and investment. We encourage more support to the MSMEs and startups in order to enhance their competitiveness, including by promoting digital transformation through smart technology and harnessing the potential of artificial intelligence. We call for more support for countries to diversify their industrial sector to increase their role in the global supply chains, especially for developing countries. We reiterate the importance of promoting gender balance, gender equality, and the empowerment of women in line with national laws and within the context of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We look forward to more GEEW-related results and targets. Furthermore, we urge the continuation of effort to increase the representation of women and developing countries among the professional staff in UNIDO particularly at the senior management level. Last, Indonesia underscored the importance of UNIDO to closely engage and work together with other international organizations in implementing its mandate. In concluding, I wish to reiterate Indonesia's support to UNIDO, and in doing so, I have the pleasure of informing this meeting of Indonesia nomination as a member of the IDB for the upcoming period. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now I give the floor to His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. The Republic of Korea reaffirms its strong support for Director General Gert Mueller and welcomes the board endorsement of his re-election. We look forward to its being confirmed at the General Conference in Riyadh this November. We commend his leadership, under which UNIDO continues to make meaningful progress toward our shared goal of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The 2024 annual report of the Director General highlights this progress. We are encouraged by the 29% increase in the technical cooperation delivery and an impressive 102% rise in resource mobilization. These achievements reflect the dedication and strategic direction of UNIDO under Director General Gert Mueller's stewardship. We also note with appreciation the organization's commitment to a targeted annual growth of 20 to 25% in technical cooperation, an ambitious but essential objective. In this regard, we support the approval of the budget based on zero real growth, which provides a financial foundation for the organization's continued work. At the same time, my delegation believes that even this approval should not be taken as a given, particularly in light of the complex challenges the global development cooperation landscape is facing. We encourage the Secretariat to continue efforts toward a more streamlined organizational structure, strengthen efficiency measures, and deliver tangible results for its member states. Chair, as noted in the annual report, the Investment and Technology Promotion Office Korea successfully hosted the 2024 Global Call in November under the theme Food Tech Innovation and ISID, Nourishing the Future. This flagship event highlighted investment-ready technologies and fostered valuable networking for ongoing international collaboration. Korea remains committed to supporting UNIDO's efforts in food security and resilient, sustainable food systems until no one has to worry about their next meal. Chair, the Republic of Korea is one of the industrialized countries built on a foundation of technology and innovation. Drawing on this experience, we are currently working with UNIDO to design a new project that captures the core elements of our industrial policies and tailors them to the unique context of partner countries through consultations. We believe this initiative will offer meaningful guidance to support their innovative industrialization efforts. Let me close by reiterating Korea's strong support for UNIDO. As one of the organization's major contributors, we will continue working closely with it to address today's global challenges and build a more inclusive, sustainable industrial future for all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now I give the floor to the distinguished Chargé d'Affaires ad interim of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil aligns itself with the comprehensive statements delivered by G77 in China and by the GRULAC, and I will now make a brief statement in my national capacity. We take note of the annual report of the Director General for 2024 on the work of UNIDO to advance inclusive and sustainable industrial development amid multiple challenges. Brazil highly values the organization's initiatives detailed in the report as they foster sustainable industrialization, boost economic competitiveness and market access, promote food security and fair supply chains, as well as environment protection and climate mitigation. Brazil commends UNIDO's efforts in industrial policy advisory, supporting agro-industrial parks, strengthening SMEs and startups, promoting circular economy, advancing renewable energy access and climate action, and enhancing digitalization. It's quite a broad scope. We take note with appreciation that we need to mobilize $663 million for technical cooperation in 2024, a 29% increase in relation to 2023. This growth reflects trust among donors and the membership in the organization and the leadership. Brazil encourages UNIDO to continue strengthening partnerships, cooperation, knowledge sharing, and transfer of technology through different modalities, including South-South and triangular cooperation. We reiterate the importance of guaranteeing funding to support the organization's long-term financial sustainability. We encourage UNIDO to continue exploring innovative and diversified funding sources. Brazil reiterates its request for UNIDO to pursue an equitable geographical distribution of UNIDO personnel, especially at senior and management levels, in particular with regard to the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. And we join others in expressing concern pertaining the appointment of new employees from countries that officially withdrew from UNIDO. And in this regard, we urge we need to pursue the recruitment of employees among member states. Brazil, once again, thanks UNIDO for joining the Global Alliance Against Poverty and Hunger. Brazil is keen to work with the organization in that area. Brazil is engaged in the preparatory work of COP30 in Belém in November. We also look forward to continue collaboration with UNIDO with a view to advancing the efforts on climate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Now I give the floor to the distinguished head of the Polish mission. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Malik and other members of the Bureau for your election to lead this 53rd session of the Industrial Development Board. Let me assure you of Poland's full support for the success of this session. I would also like to express our sincere thanks to the outgoing President, Ambassador Gabriela Zellner of Austria, and members of the previous Bureau for presiding over the 52nd session. Poland aligns itself with the statement delivered by the representative of the European Union. Let me present a few additional remarks in my national capacity. Poland welcomes the decision of the Industrial Development Board to recommend Dr. Gerd Müller for reappointment as Director General of UNIDO for a second term. We congratulate Director General and assure him of our readiness for further cooperation of Poland and our support for his activities. We welcome the priority agenda outlined in the annual report of the Director General and the impressive results presented in this document. We commend the Director General for his continued efforts to implement the ambitious reform program of UNIDO, which will lead to a more effective organization. In terms of our cooperation in 2024, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight an important event that took place in Warsaw, namely the regional launch of the UNIDO Industrial Development Report 2024. I would like to emphasize the high value that Poland attaches to the objectives of UNIDO. To date, we are one of 58 countries out of 173 UNIDO member states that have paid their contribution in full for the current year. As for our voluntary contributions to the financing of UNIDO activities, Poland has again decided to voluntarily renounce unutilized balances of appropriations. Most of these funds have been allocated to our continued support of the UNIDO Green Industrial Recovery Program for Ukraine. The Innovation and Transformation Fund, and also the Major Capital Investment Fund. We continue our involvement in the UNIDO-led project for Rwanda, which aims to strengthen Rwanda's capacities to respond to industrial and natural hazards. We are pleased that the member states have managed to reach an agreement on the UNIDO budget for 2026-2027. We hope that the new budget will enable the organization to maintain its upward trend. However, in the case of Poland, the new scale of assessments and the zero real growth increase in the regular budget mean an increase of our regular contribution by more than 12%. We will do our utmost to rise to the challenge, but at the same time, as an emerging donor, we expect a clearer emphasis on the benefits of membership. Poland has been a dedicated member of UNIDO from the very beginning and wishes to reiterate its commitment to sustainable and inclusive industrial development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Now I give the floor to Her Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Costa Rica.
Gracias. Thank you. Given that this is the first time I've taken the floor before this board, I would like to congratulate the President for your election. My delegation wishes you every success in your work, as well as the same to all members of the board. We would also like to thank Ambassador Gabriela Selner, as well as the other members of the Bureau. Thank you for your leadership as President of the last session. My country aligns itself with the statement made by the G77 in China, and in our national capacity, we would like to make the following contributions. President, Costa Rica thanks the Director General Gerd Müller for the annual report for 2024. Within the framework of UNIDO's competencies, promoting SDG 9 could play a key role in addressing present and future challenges through technical cooperation focused on the implementation of new technologies which promote sustainable industrialization based on environmental best practices for transition towards clean energy and the establishment of sustainable and resilient value chains, which foster added value in the creation of decent and resilient jobs. In this context, my country recognizes the increased implementation of technical cooperation activities by 29% compared to 2023. We also recognize the consensus reached on the two-year budget 2026 to 2027, which constitutes a solid financial basis for UNIDO. We call for the continued implementation of efficiencies and savings to ensure a more transparent, effective, and efficient organization. In this context, we also call for the active implementation of the Secretariat's action plans in relation to the Office of Evaluation and International Oversight reports and the reports from the Independent Oversight Advisory Committee. Major financial challenges mean that there is a pressing need now to be more decisive and efficient in terms of the responses that we give and focus action areas on the fields which have the greatest impact, whilst new stakeholders need to join this process too. Fostering partnerships, including public-private ones, is key if we are to drive up investment and innovation. And we're also pleased to see the forging of partnerships and synergies with other UN bodies with a view to driving efficiency and avoiding duplication, and we call for this to be strengthened. President, Costa Rica considers that UNIDO should continue promoting sustainable, inclusive industrial development in developing countries and economies in transition. We hope that UNIDO will continue providing support to member states as well as addressing the specific challenges faced by middle-income countries. In this context, Costa Rica welcomes the sound cooperation and joint work carried out in the development of the country program, which we signed a few weeks back, focused on the development of sustainable and inclusive industrial sectors, which foster technical skills for employment, renewable energies, and decarbonization, as well as the circular economy and the efficiency of resources and quality infrastructure, contributing to social and economic development objectives to the country. We are pleased to have concluded this process and we hope to move to its swift implementation. President, The inclusion of women in industry is essential to achieve more inclusive societies as well as driving sustainable development. We are pleased to note that in 69% of the projects approved, these have contributed to gender equality and empowerment of women. We nevertheless call for continued promotion of gender equality and empowerment of women and young people as a cross-cutting and ongoing organization policy. Similarly, in spite of progress towards gender parity, a greater representation of women in senior leadership roles remains a necessary priority. President, my country would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Director General for the consensus reached for his re-election in the next General Conference. We invite him to continue working closely with Member States and in particular with the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, and we express our ongoing support and collaboration in the work that he will carry out as part of his mandate. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Your Excellency. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس.
للممثلة. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to start off by thanking the previous President, Her Excellency Ambassador Gabriela Zeller, and we would like to congratulate Dr. Gerald Miller for his re-election to this UNIDO. We wish him all the best. We also congratulate Ambassador Malik for his election as the president of this session of the IDB, and wish him all the success. Qatar has taken note of the annual report of the DG for 2024. And we would like to express our appreciation for all the efforts made by UNIDO in support of the industrial and comprehensive industrial development. We would like to align ourselves to the statement of Group 77 and China and make the following in our national capacity: how to implement further partnership, transfer of technology and technology transfer, innovation and manufacturing. We have based our vision on a diversified economic basis based on IT and innovation. And that's why we have undertaken various initiatives, the foremost of which Qatar Economic Forum, which is one of the most important forums for discussion on sustainable industrial development. And the latest version of it has brought together some of the main decision makers and CEOs, as well as representatives of development communities. We have focused on low carbon economy and green economy. We have focused on supply chain support, enabling the private sector, as well as promoting investment in technology and clean energy. That forum has further promoted complementarity between regional and global trends and has allowed the developing countries to showcase their achievements. Qatar is very proud to host the LDC5, and we have pledged $1.3 billion to support the industrial and development projects in those countries, reflecting international solidarity. And we would like to underline the importance of governance of UNIDO and to have a more equitable representation for developing countries in order to have a more impactful program and initiative of UNIDO. We look forward to further cooperation in order to achieve fair, just, sustainable industrial development for all. Thank you. We would like to thank the representative of Qatar.
The distinguished representative of the United Republic of Tanzania. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for giving me the floor. Tanzania aligns itself with the statement delivered by the African Group and G77. However, in a national capacity, I wish to make the following statement. Mr. Vice President, this is the first time I'm taking the floor. I wish to congratulate the permanent representative of Pakistan, Ambassador Kumran, and the Bureau on your election for the 53rd session of the Industrial Development Board. I also wish to appreciate the outgoing President, Her Excellency Gabriele Sellner of Austria, and her Bureau for the outstanding work during the 52nd session of the board. Tanzania welcomes and congratulates the Director General and the UNIDO Secretariat for the rich and outstanding annual report. Mr. President, for centuries ahead, industrial development will remain to be the epicenter and fundamental driver for social and economic development. For developing countries like Tanzania, it is an important stepping stone for poverty eradication, employment creation, GDP growth, and a broader agenda for diversification of economies. It's against this significance the government of Tanzania, through national development policies and strategies, has invested in industrialization sector as a top priority and undertaken various measures to enhance its development. Some of the measures include the formulation of policies, strategies, and programs geared at reorganizing and reorienting industrialization as a benchmark of inclusive and sustainable growth. Through collaboration with UNIDO and other international development partners, the United Republic of Tanzania has witnessed some achievements in the industrial development. In the recent years, our industrial sector has grown steady growth, registering 8.3% annual growth rate and a contribution of 8.1% to the gross domestic product. Statistics shows Tanzania industrial sector grows 5.5% quarterly, driven primarily by robust manufacturing performance. While sectors such as beverages, tobacco, and non-metallic mineral products have shown significant expansion, traditional industries such as mining, textile, and utilities need more targeted efforts and support. There are challenges on requisite industrial technology, climate change that affects basic infrastructure, low productivity, and the limited growth of primary sector of industrial production, energy deficiency. These challenges slow the pace of industrialization. However, we reckon with appreciation the UNIDO support and cooperation in realizing our industrialization path. As of recent, records show that there are 12 projects in Tanzania implemented in collaboration with UNIDO. These projects are being implemented, covers sustainable clean energy, environment, climate change, industrial parks, market access, which augurs well with the priorities enshrined in Tanzania National Development Plan. Therefore, Tanzania joins with all other delegations in congratulating the Director General and UNIDO for their outstanding performance in the last year. And therefore, also joins in recommending the Director General for another term of office. We remain confident that he will continue to guide the work of UNIDO in the aspirations and the best interests of all member states. Lastly, we reaffirm commitment to continue working with UNIDO and all other international partners for sustainable industrial development. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Asante Sana, distinguished representative of Tanzania. Since we have exhausted the list of speakers, I now give the floor to Israel to exercise its right of reply. Please, distinguished representative of Israel, note that your intervention shall be limited to a maximum of 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I unfortunately must claim the right of reply again, since some in the Arab group are so dedicated to the 75 years long anti-Israel agenda that they once again choose this forum to embolden Hamas, not only parroting the lies and blood libels that Hamas spews, but make sure to add lie on top of lie. That is because, as we've said many times, they don't really care about Arab lives. Not the Arab Israelis who were brutally butchered by Hamas on October 7th, which they did not condemn here. Not the Arabs who were kidnapped and held in the tunnels of Gaza for months and months and were finally released by Israeli forces risking their lives or by agreements that Israel made. And not for the Arabs living in Gaza who are being held hostage by Hamas, used as human shields, and have their food and humanitarian assistance stolen from them. Humanitarian assistance, the other member states here today are the ones who pay for. Some in the Arab group don't care that Hamas is killing, as we speak, Gazans who defy them and try to utilize the humanitarian assistance directly and not through Hamas's brutal mechanism. Because for them, it's all for the goal, the anti-Israel goal. Genocide is what the Hamas charter calls for. Genocide is what Hamas tried to do on October 7th and failed. And it's what Hamas says it will try to do again and again and again. Hamas is directly responsible for all suffering in Gaza. Hamas to this day refuses to release the 50 hostages remaining from the ones it stole from their homes, from their beds, and from the Nova Festival's dance floor. Israel is acting to defend itself and its citizens in accordance with international law. As we elaborated on in our statement, all efforts are being made to supply humanitarian assistance to people living in Gaza without it being stolen by Hamas. Israel, and indeed the entire region, will not be safe until Hamas is defeated and stripped of its weapons. Thank you, Chair.
If there are no more speakers on this item, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Cecilia Ugaz Esterada, Deputy to the Director General and Managing Director of the Directorate of Strategic Planning, Programming and Policy, to comment on the discussion held during the consideration of this item. Ms. Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we thank the Board for its positive observation and active engagement on the annual report of the Director General for 2024. We take note of your comments and will endeavor to implement them. The UNIDO annual report shows what we can accomplish when we unite around the shared vision of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. In 2024, as highlighted by the Director General, we delivered a 29% increase in technical cooperation. We expanded our partnerships and modernized our operations, all while maintaining a lean and efficient structure. However, we continue to look ahead, especially as we aim to increase our technical cooperation delivery, deepen our engagement with the private sector, engage our role as a platform for knowledge and technology transfer, innovation, and investment in support of sustainable industrialization. We look forward to working with you to ensure that UNIDO remains not only relevant, but indispensable, a catalyst for jobs, growth, and opportunity in every corner of the world. As UNIDO approaches its 60th anniversary, and with the 21st session of the UNIDO General Conference awaiting us in Riyadh at the end of November, we are committed to establishing low-emission production and inclusive growth through digitalization and investment in green hydrogen and smart agriculture. Thank you for your trust, your partnership, and your unwavering belief in what we can achieve together. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, DDG Estrada. If there are no further requests for the floor, I shall adjourn the debate on agenda item 3, and we will return to this item later in the session solely for the purpose of adopting any decisions.
You changed. We had to.
I now invite you to take up agenda item 4, report of the Program and Budget Committee, including sub-items A to J. The documentation under this item is listed in document IDB 53/CRP1, further to a communication from the Permanent Mission of India to UNIDO dated 25 June 2025, announcing the withdrawal of their candidate for the post of external auditor. The candidatures of Egypt and Poland remain for the appointment of an external auditor at the 21st session of the General Conference. I would like to remind all delegates that 5 draft decisions have been considered positively at the informal consultations, namely on the report of external auditor for 2024, the financial situation of UNIDO, the scale of assessments for appointment of the regular budget expenses for the biennium 2026-2027, the working capital fund for biennium 2026-2027, and budget implementation flexibility. I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide a brief introduction of the agenda item under consideration by the Board. I now give the floor to Mr. Yoku Yasunaga, Deputy to the Director General and Managing Director of the Directorate of Corporate Services and Operations. The floor is yours, DDG Yasunaga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to briefly introduce these items from 4A to 4J. On sub-item 4A, report of the external auditor for 2024, the board had before it document IDB.53/3 with annexes included in conference room paper PBC.41/CRP2 and a note by the Independent Oversight Advisory Committee included in document PBC.41/CRP.3, as well as the conclusion 2025/2, as recommended by the 41st session of the Program and Budget Committee. I am very pleased to note that the UNIDO has again received an unqualified audit opinion on the financial statements, certifying that the financial statements are in compliance with international public sector according standards, IPSAS, and are complete and accurate, and that the UNIDO's activities were conducted in accordance with the financial regulations and rules. The report of the external auditor, as issued in May 2025, contained 47 recommendations from prior audits, among which 7 are fully implemented. It means 40 still open. In addition, the report included 55 new recommendations, among which 11 were fully implemented. It means 45 still open. In total, we have 85 open recommendations. We believe that addressing these recommendations will further improve the organization's ability to implement its mandate in an effective manner, both in headquarters and in the field. As Director General indicated during the PBC, we take all these recommendations very seriously. Further to my last update at the 84th IWG meeting held on 25th June 2025, last week, I am pleased to report that by the end of June, it means yesterday, by the end of the second quarter, we have successfully implemented 33 recommendations. In addition, 47 recommendations will be closed by the end of the next quarter, the end of September. And 63 recommendations will be closed by the end of this year, fourth quarter of this year. We are expecting to implement a total of 60 recommendations by the end of this year, and a total of 84 by the end of 2026. Only one remaining is with regard to the joint bidding exercise which shall be conducted together with IAEA about the travel agency bidding. Anyway, so we are continuously making significant efforts to address all recommendations without any delay. I would like to thank the whole team of the external auditors, the Accountability State Authority of Egypt for their work and the close collaboration. The board may wish to adopt the draft decision submitted under the sub-item as recommended as a PBC. On sub-item 4B, financial situation of UNIDO, including unutilized balance of appropriations. The board had document IDB.53/4 with the conference room paper IDB.52/CRP.2, updating on the status of assessed contribution, as well as the conclusion to 2025/3 as recommended by the 41st session of the Program and Budget Committee. Noting that the positive trend in collection of assessed contribution, which was at 95% in 2024, and thanking member states for their payments, which reached record level in 2024, we would encourage member states that did not do so to pay their outstanding contributions, so to enable UNIDO to deliver on its mandate. The board is kindly requested to consider and adopt the draft decision submitted under this sub-item as recommended by the PBC. Sub-item 4C, a report by the informal working group on program and budget committee related issues. The board had document IDB.53/5 together with conference room paper PBC.41/CRP.5 and IDB.53/CRP.3, providing updates on the work of the IWG. In addition, the addendum added to conference room paper IDB.53/CRP.3 contains a summary of the last meeting of the working group, which was held last Wednesday, 25th June 2025. The informal working group was established by member states through decision IDB.45/decision 7. The working group can and should be seen as the foremost member state-driven mechanism for you to drive and shape your dialogue with the organizations. Since the 41st session of the Program and Budget Committee, the IWG has held 3 meetings. As a member states-driven process, I will leave it to the co-chairs of the working group to report on its work. On sub-item 4D, scale of assessment for apportionment of the regular budget expenses for the biennium 2026 to 2027, the board has document IDB.53/7, as well as the conclusion 2025/5, as recommended by the 41st session of the Program and Budget Committee. The document proposes a scale of assessments for the fiscal period 2026 to 2027 biennium, and the board is kindly requested to consider and adapt the draft decision submitted under this sub-item as recommended by the PBC. On sub-item 4E, Working Capital Fund for the biennium 2026 to 2027, The board had before it document IDB.53/8 as well as conclusion 2025/6 as recommended by the 41st session of the Program and Budget Committee. The document proposes the level and authorized uses of the working capital fund for the biennium 2026 to 2027, and the board is kindly requested to consider and adopt the draft decision submitted under the sub-item as recommended by the PBC. On sub-item 4F, budget implementation flexibility includes the vertical and horizontal. The board had document IDB.53/9/11.1 as well as conclusion 2025/7 as recommended by the 41st session of the Program and Budget Committee. I would like to thank all member states for their constructive feedback on this item and highlight the importance of providing the organization with the required budget implementation flexibility in order to timely deliver on its mandate, particularly in this challenging financial circumstances. The draft decision on horizontal and vertical flexibility is instrumental to increase in the technical cooperation delivery without burdening the regular budget to which you pay assessed contributions. The board is kindly requested to consider and adopt the draft decision and submit it under the sub-items as recommended by the PBC. On sub-item 4G, mobilization of financial resources, the board may wish to refer to the funding performance chapter included in the annual report of UNIDO 2024, IDB.53/2, as well as the conference room paper PBC.41/CRP.6. On sub-item 4H, general risk management, the board had the document IDB.53/11. This agenda item outlines the progress made since the third quarter 2024 and reflects the organization's ongoing efforts to strengthen risk governance by embedding enterprise risk management, ERM, into strategic planning, resource programming, and organizational decision-making processes. Risk management is undoubtedly vital for UNIDO's stability to deliver effectively and transparently on its mandate. Several key developments should be highlighted. First, UNIDO has established the Risk Management and Compliance Unit, CORRCU. Second, the revised ERM policy, Enterprise Risk Management Policy, has been promulgated in June 2025 with DGB 2025-03, which is now the new secretariat structure, includes the clear rules and governance, risk, an updated risk appetite framework, and enhanced process for proactive risk identification and mitigation measures. Third, the UNIDO risk appetite statement has been endorsed by the leadership board in June 2025, and so on. On cybersecurity governance, RCU, newly established the unit, has developed and launched the 2025 training course mandatory for all personnel and is actively monitoring any risk as per the established information security management system. A security penetration test has been conducted at the end of the last year. In addition, continuous improvement actions are performed. So the board is requested to take note of the information contained in the report and to support the continued implementation of the ERM as well as the strategy to secure information assets of UNIDO. This includes the endorsing the proposed actions and the priorities that are outlined in the document. On sub-item 4I, appointment to external auditor, the board had document IDP.53/12 as well as conference room paper PBC.41/CRP.7. As kindly introduced by the Deputy Chair, Vice Chair, at its 20 sessions, the General Conference decided to appoint the Undersecretary at the Accountability State Authority of Egypt at the External Auditor for UNIDO for a period of 2 years, beginning of 1st of July 2024 to 30 June 2026, under the terms of reference specified in the financial regulations of UNIDO. The external auditor's role is quite essential in ensuring UNIDO's effective functioning and accountability. In compliance with Decision GC.6/Decision.18, notification CU 2025/14/UNIDO/PMO/EA dated 24th January 2025, and then information note number 4 dated 28th January 2025 were circulated to member states, inviting them to inform the Director General by 1st March 2025 of their interest in providing these services of an external auditor. 2 candidates for the appointment of an external auditor were received. In alphabetical order of the country nominating them, the candidatures received are Mr. Mohammed El Faisal Yusuf, President of the Accountability State Authority of Egypt, and Mr. Marian Banas, President of the Supreme Audit Office of Poland, those 2. The Industrial Development Board may wish to recommend to the General Conference to the appointment of one of the candidates as external auditor for UNIDO for a period of 2 years, beginning 1st of July 2026. On sub-item 4J, updated medium-term investment proposal, the board had document IDB.53/13 containing UNIDO's updated medium-term investment proposal for the years 2025 to 2026 to be funded through the Major Capital Investment Fund, what we call MCIF, aligned with the program and budget for 2026 to 2027 and the medium-term program framework for 2026 to 2029, MTPF. The proposals are essential for sustaining UNIDO's operational efficiency, security, and resilience. The investment focus on modernizing IT infrastructure, implementing next-generation ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning, and ECM, Enterprise Content Management System, and further adoption of cloud-based services to support UNIDO's motto, Progress by Innovation. The initiatives outlined in the document reflect our efforts to sustain the systems and the capabilities necessary for effective service delivery, whether through upgraded IT infrastructure, enhanced cybersecurity, or continued digital modernization. Steps to modernize its digital infrastructure in line with the Director General's strategic priorities, UNIDO innovative efforts have already led to the launch of impactful platforms such as Compass and our first generative AI-powered knowledge system, Insight, strengthened the cybersecurity measures and improved user equipment and the infrastructure. We would like to draw your attention to 3 critical IT and digitalization investment initiatives. First, the digital transformation and next generation ERP and ECM system. Second, IT infrastructure integrity during the transition to cloud-based solutions. Last but not least, strengthening its cybersecurity. The committee is invited to take note of the document and is strongly encouraged to endorse the proposal and consider allocating voluntary contribution to the MCIF, which remain vital to sustaining this work. These proposals are more financial allocations. They represent a strategic investment. RASA that directly supports the Director General's priorities, particularly those related to enhancing operational agility, transparency, accountability, security, and the scale and the impact of our technical cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yasunaga, for this introduction. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to Accountability State Authority of Egypt, represented by Mr. Mamdouh Mohammed Ismail Musa, Deputy President for the President's Technical Office Affairs and representative of the President to the meeting, as well as to Mr. Ali Hassan Ali Rashwan, Undersecretary and UNIDO's External Auditor. You may have the floor.
معالي السيد رئيس مجلس التنمية الصناعية، معالي السيد المدير العام، أصحاب
President, Director General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a great deal of appreciation that we'd like to hail and welcome you. We congratulate the President and the members of the Bureau on your election. We wish you every success in discharging your work. We hope that your meeting will be successful and that you will achieve the results you hope for. It is the first time that we are meeting in our capacity as the external auditor of UNIDO. We therefore would like to express our satisfaction with the trust placed in us by member states of UNIDO. We hope that we have lived up to your expectations within the framework of our activities to verify the accounts and our audit activities. We are very much committed to implementing this mission with fidelity and professionalism. We hope that we were able to finish our mission. Therefore, the audit team dedicated attention to understanding the different technical and admin aspects of the organization. This enabled us to bolster our experience and our knowledge to support the efforts of the organization. We hope that this will be the case for our activities in the future, and we hope that you will note more efficacy. We'd like to express our satisfaction vis-a-vis the cooperation that we were able to benefit from on the part of the DG. We also express our appreciation to all of the staff of the organization. This will have a positive impact on our mission and our activities. We would also like to thank the administration that worked to put in place recommendations. We'd like to thank the previous external auditor for their constructive cooperation. This allowed us to ensure continuation in our work. We should like to point out that we carried out our audit in keeping with IPSIS standards and the different international standards. We verified the conformity with IPSIS standards when we examine the financial records and the policies implemented and the efficacy of the use of resources, as well as conformity of these of resources of a financial nature. We consequently issued an unqualified opinion. We looked at the criteria adopted. Our role is not limited to the financial audit, but we are constantly seeking to improve the activities of the organization. We would like to point out that in keeping with the financial regulations of UNIDO, we're able to publish a financial report that is detailed in nature. It contains many recommendations which could strengthen internal monitoring and financial performance. We also followed up the recommendations from the previous auditors in order to actively contribute to decision-making processes in an enlightened fashion. This, in turn, will allow the organization to attain its goals in terms of development and to bolster the efficacy of its activities and governance. By way of conclusion, we would like to pay tribute to the PBC for the support received and also to the IDB, as well as the general comments of UNIDO. We are grateful that we received support in conducting our activities. In addition, we would like to present to you a brief overview of the main points of our report. This report will be presented by Mr. Ali Raudu, who I'd like to give the floor now immediately.
معالي السيد رئيس مجلس التنمية الصناعية معالي السيد المدير العام.
Thank you very much, President, Director General, ladies and gentlemen. With your indulgence, I would like to present to you all of the results of our report.
يشتمل التقرير على 4 موضوعات متابعة.
The report covers 4 areas: the status of implementation of previous external audit recommendations, the audit opinion on financial statements for 2024, and the performance audit assessment of operations management. Now, here's what we observe. There were 47 total observations from the previous auditor at the start of the year. The organization implemented 18 of them during the previous year. As for the general recommendations, there were 56 of them, and 15 of which were implemented to the tune of 100%. We received some responses for topics of the recommendations. We studied them and we reevaluated them. Our team will continue to follow up the effective implementation of the different recommendations. As for the financial audit, we made a number of observations. The organization responded by introducing the necessary changes and adjustments. We emitted an unmodified opinion for the period 2020 to 2024. Now, as for the performance audit, it covered the management of property, travel management, procurement, HR management, grants management, and also the visit on the ground. Now, turning now to performance audit, here on the screen, you can see the situation in 2024. There were 950 projects that were carried out. $291 million were spent. Now, as for the donors, we noted that 5 managers oversaw 209 projects. 10% of managers are responsible for 54% of the total project expenditure. We also noted that 5 managers ensure the oversight of 209 projects. We recommended that we review the distribution of projects and supervision thereof to improve performance and to have more balanced performance. Now, as for performance management, this is a highly centralized management, technically and administratively speaking. There are no truly identified mechanisms between the different administrations to identify the causes of problems, and this has a negative impact on the adoption of measures and for the adoption of corrective measures. Now, as for the geographic distribution of human resources, as you already noted, this issue was already presented to you, and it was noted that it is vital to recruit on the basis of equitable geographical representation. There is no formal system in place to do so. Now, as for the performance audit for procurement, there is a reliance on a single supplier when it comes to health insurance and travel services, and this in the absence of any supply on the part of the market. I'm talking about bidding, in other words. Now, as for the management of travel, there is an excess of travel days and allowances. Now, as for assets management, there are transfers of title process. You need a transfer technical cooperation. Now, as for the regional offices, they were visited in Egypt, Ghana, and the Philippines. We noted instances of non-compliance with certain provisions of the host country agreements. Now, as for the IT audit, we examined the different governance systems for IT. We also looked at information security and also user access management and incident and change management. We also issued a certain number of observations. UNIDO, based on our observations and recommendations, adopted certain corrective measures. It put in place a central registry for host country agreements and lease contracts across field offices. There were also VAT focal points designated to streamline claim processing. And there are also a certain number of points which you can see here on the screen. I'll let you read them. There were a certain number of measures adopted to have better geographical representation. There was also an update when it came to the management of certain assets. As was said by Mr. Yuka Yasunga, there is a development with regard to the IT system, and we also note the adoption of software to modernize certain IT structures. It goes without saying that we will pursue our activities and we will follow up the measurement of the attainment of results so that we can increase accountability and transparency. Thank you all for your cooperation. This enabled us to put together this report to bolster the capacity of the organization so that it is able to effectively achieve the development goals. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for your statements. We will have to shortly adjourn this session. However, before I adjourn the session, I would like to request the co-chair of the Informal Working Group on Program and Budget Committee related issues, Ms. Yumi Katsuta, the distinguished representative of Japan, for a brief introduction of the latest report of the working group. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much for giving me the floor to introduce the latest report of the Informal Working Group on Program and Budget Committee related issues. In doing so, I would like to thank my colleague and co-chair, Mr. Adil Khan, from the Permanent Mission Pakistan, with whom I share the responsibilities for facilitating the deliberations in the Informal Working Group. I also wish to thank the member states for their active participation and contribution. I also thank the Secretariat for their valuable support in its functioning. Since 5th May 2025, the IWG held 3 substantive meetings, during which the working group discussed the agendas of the Program and Budget 2026-2027, the Innovation and Transformation Fund, and the update on the status of implementation of the external auditor recommendations and management actions plans. The summaries of these meetings have been included in the update on the report of the Informal Working Group on Program and Budget Committee related issues, contained in documents IDB.53/CRP3 and IDB.53/CRP3/@1. As this is self-explanatory and was previously cleared with member states, I trust that the update does not contain any surprises. My co-chair and I look forward to your active participation in the coming months. In closing, I am echoing the sentiments of my colleagues in saying that we look forward to continuing to work within this informal framework, which has proven to be a valuable tool for dialogue and deliberations among member states. My co-chair and I wish all delegations fruitful discussions and a successful outcome of this session of the IDB. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your remarks. I've been told that we have enough time for 3 regional group statements on agenda item 4. I would therefore now give the floor to the permanent representative of Kenya, who will speak on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I will deliver an abbreviated version of our statement. The full version will be uploaded on UNIDO and G77 websites, respectively. The group would like to convey its appreciation to Mr. Jorge Luis Hidalgo, the alternate PR of Mexico, the chair of the 41st session of the Program and Budget Committee, and the members of the Bureau. The group wishes to reiterate the following points. On the report of the external auditor for 2024, the group takes note of the report of the external auditor for 2024 as contained in document IDB.53/3 and its addendum, and expresses its appreciation to Mr. Ali Rashwan and the Egyptian Accountability State Authority for this report. Shukran. The group also takes note of the cooperation extended by UNIDO to the external auditor, particularly the access to data and information without restrictions and with transparency. The group notes that of the 56 recommendations presented by the external auditor, 18 are considered of high priority, 31 are of medium priority, and 7 are deemed of low priority. The group notes with appreciation that 11 recommendations have been already implemented, equally, especially regarding the financial statements. The group expresses its concerns regarding the findings in the external auditor report, including those related to A, assets management, B, lack of administrative authority or responsibility to UNIDO field office managers over the ongoing projects, C, lack of equitable geographical representation as one regional group represents 40% of the total number of UNIDO staff, and the continued recruitment of new employees from countries that officially withdrew from UNIDO. 4, lack of necessary personnel in field offices. And 5, exceeding the annual limit for official travel days and the corresponding UN-approved per diem rates. The group further notes with concern that of the 47 recommendations from prior years that have been validated by the external auditor, only 7 have been implemented. 18 have been partially implemented, while implementation of 14 are ongoing and 8 have not been implemented at all. The group welcomes the acknowledgement by the DG of the findings of the external auditor's report and strongly urges UNIDO to strengthen its efforts to improve its rate of compliance with the recommendations of the external auditor and to carry on all the external and internal auditors' recommendations. We look forward to continuous improvement of the organization's operations and the sound management of its resources. On financial situation of UNIDO, including unutilized balances of appropriations, the group takes note, Mr. President, of the report by the DG on the financial situation of UNIDO as contained in document IDB.53/4 and welcomes the rate of collection of assessed contributions for the year 2024 reaching 95.1%, which is higher than that for 2023 at 91.9%. The group notes that the accumulated outstanding assessed contributions at year end were
19.9 million euros, excluding an amount of 71.2 million euros due from former member states, compared to 21.7 million euros in 2023. The group requests of the DG to continue reaching out to former and current member states to settle their arrears. The group takes note of the efforts of the Secretariat regarding the search for efficiency, savings, including full cost recovery, modernizing operations through digitalization, automation and artificial intelligence, and streamlining key processes across finance, procurement, human resources, and travel management, with the aim of enhancing accuracy, decreasing processing times, and reducing costs. The group encourages UNIDO to continuously optimize internal management to improve organizational efficiency and effectiveness, and to avoid waste of resources and minimize the financial pressure on member states. And lastly, on report of the informal working group on program and budget committee related issues, the group takes note of the document IDB.53/5 and continues to appreciate the work of the informal working group on program and budget committee related issues, IWG, and is particularly grateful for the dedication and leadership of the co-chairs from Pakistan and Japan. Thank you very much. The group is appreciative of the mandate of the IWG and believes it is a valuable platform for both the Secretariat and member states to deliberate and explore possible recommendations on important issues, including the program and budgets of UNIDO. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And now the distinguished permanent representative of Burkina Faso will take the floor on behalf of the African Group.
Thank you, Mr. President. The African Group associates itself with the Group of 77 plus China statements. The group takes this opportunity to commend the effort of Chair of the 41st session of PBC, Mr. Jorge Luis Hidalgo of Mexico, as well as his bureau for a sterling work done. The group takes note of the report of the PBC and wishes to address the following remarks in item A, B, C, and E. On the report of the External Auditor 2024, the African Group expresses its appreciation to the External Auditor, Mr. Ali Raswan, and the Egyptian Accountability State Authority for the comprehensive 2024 audit report, confirming the accuracy of UNIDO financial statement in line with international standards. The group also commends UNIDO for its full cooperation with the external auditor, ensuring unrestricted and transparent access to information. The group urges full implementation of all 56 audit recommendations, especially the 18th classified as high priority, as well as previous external auditors' recommendations. While 11 recommendations have been implemented, concerns remain over slow progress on the remaining recommendations, including asset management and resolve vendor advance, limited authority of field office managers and the resourced field offices, recruitment from non-member states, non-compliance with travel policies, excessive DSA allowance, and outdated IT policies. Prompt action is essential to strengthen internal controls and improve operational performance. The group avails itself of this opportunity to express its support to the re-election of the Central Accounting Authority of the Arab Republic of Egypt for the post of the external auditor, based on the considerable effort exerted through its tenure and taking into account the established practice that the external auditor is elected for 2 terms at least. Mr. President, on B, on the financial situation of UNIDO, including utilized balances and appropriations. The group notes the improved collection rate of assessed contribution at 95.1% in 2024, but remain concerned about the outstanding balance of 19.9 million, excluding 71.2 million euro owed by former member states. We call on all member states to fulfill their obligations and urge continued outreach to resolve arrears and explore the return of former members. The group welcomes increased voluntary contribution and initiatives such as the Innovative and Transformation Fund. We acknowledge ongoing effort to modernize operations through digitalization, automation, and AI, streamlining process across finance, procurement, HR, and travel management. Continued effort are needed to strengthen efficiency, reduce costs, and ensure financial sustainability. Mr. President, on item C, the report on the informal working group on program and budget committee related issue. The African group appreciates the latest report of the informal working group on PBC related issues presented in document IDB.52/7-PBC.40/7. We extend our gratitude to the co-chairs for their dedication and leadership in steering the group through complex discussion, recognizing the essential role of the working group. The group emphasizes the importance in fostering constructing interaction between the Secretariat and Member States on matters of program and budget. This engagement has been instrumental in addressing the need and priorities of Member States effectively. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ambassador. I now give the floor to the permanent representative of Kuwait to speak on behalf of the League of Arab States. You have the floor, Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Arab group, in our statement on the Program and Budget Committee, we would like to assign ourselves to the statement presented by Kenya on behalf of the Group 77 and China. We would like to seize this opportunity to thank the President, Mr. or Ambassador Hidalgo, as president of the 41st session of the Program and Budget Committee for all his efforts along with his office in the preparation of the report. We take note of the report of the PBC and would like to make the following comments related to A, B, and D in the following manner. Mr. President, we commend the efforts of the external auditor in preparing the 2024 report, and we would like to appreciate Mr. Ali Ashwan and the Accountability State Authority of Egypt, and we would like to commend the transparency of UNIDO throughout the period of that report. We underline the need to implement the recommendations of the external auditor for 2024. As well as the recommendations in the previous reports in order to increase the efficiency of programs and would further bolster transparency and staff encouragement. We have noticed that there is a very slow pace in the implementation of recommendations, as has been noted in the external auditor's report, and we think that we should avail priority to some particular issues and areas, and we call upon the management to set up a very close partnership with the external auditor as well as with the internal audit committee within UNIDO and the Independent Oversight Committee in order to ensure full implementation of recommendations. We would like to reiterate in this respect our call to heed the recommendations that call for the review of the basic guidelines for technical cooperation that have not been updated since 2009, and there is an urgent need for reforms in order to ensure that there is a common approach in the implementation of the programs and activities of UNIDO. We would like to seize this opportunity to support the reappointment of the Accountability State Authority of Egypt as an external auditor for UNIDO in line of their excellent efforts that were exerted during this mandate and following the custom of re-electing the external auditor for 2 terms at least. Mr. President, the Arab group underlines the importance of solvency of UNIDO because it has a direct impact on the implementation of its mandate in an efficient manner. And we fully understand what is the negative impact of arrears that impacts our operational liquidity and the overall performance. We also appreciate the voluntary contributions of various contributors, particularly the Arab states, and we urge other donors to increase such voluntary contributions in order to be able to fulfill the requirements of various member states for ISID. We call upon the DJ to explore new sources of finance which would be non-conventional and renewable, coming from bilateral and multilateral resources. We also call upon the calling back the previous states to come back to the UNIDO. And finally, we would like to express our gratitude to the report that has been provided or availed by the informal working group on program and budget committee. And we commend the efficiency and responsibility of the co-chairs from Pakistan and Japan in steering discussions. And we consider that they have indeed played an important role when it comes to common understanding when it comes to program and budget issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Ambassador, we will resume the consideration of agenda item 4 in the afternoon plenary session, which will begin at 3:30 p.m. I hereby close the 3rd plenary session of the IDB. Thank you.